And Cardinals, first of 3 tonight on a gorgeous night from Los Angeles. Welcome inside. Joe Davis, Thor Hershiser, Alana Rizzo joins us in a moment. Cardinals are the hottest team in the National League right now, but the Dodgers coming off of winning 2 of 3 in Seattle, where they put together a really well-rounded offensive performance.
They sure did, and you know, their old style of hitting home runs, they were very powerful. 10 home runs in Seattle. They now and have had the most home runs in the National League. They are outslugging everybody, including Colorado, who has a huge home field advantage as far as offense and home runs per game. Oh yeah, they're on top with that. They are swinging it well, but they're also stealing bases, Joe.
And they hit well with runners in scoring position over the weekend, close to 400 as a team, and that of course has been a problem for much of the year. As far as the pitching goes, the starters have been fantastic, and Alex Wood, he was pretty good off of the disabled list his last time.
Yeah, 5 innings, 1 run, got a no decision against those Giants, but he has been fantastic as he's come back. This hot streak, leaving 81% of the base runners on. Before that, when he was off a little bit, he wasn't leaving those guys on. The breaking ball has been really, really good for him, getting a lot of ground balls.
We go down to the field now with Alana Rizzo, brought to you by El Pollo Loco. Some big news today, Alana.
Really big news for the big man at the back end of the Dodgers bullpen, Joe. Kenley Jansen, after being placed on the disabled list in Colorado with an irregular heartbeat, has been activated off of that deal after a very short stint on there. Kenley Jansen knows his body better than anybody else, but they were waiting for the cardiologist to give them a heads up, and he got the all clear today. Kenley Jansen is back off of the disabled list. Zach Rosscup has been placed on the DL with a left calf strain. So an immaculate inning yesterday, a left calf strain DL today, guys.
All right, Alana. Dodgers and Cardinals, the teams that have won more games than any other in baseball over the last 8 seasons, get together for the first of 7 over the next month. First pitch coming up. Stadium for these Dodgers as they try to move back into first place in the division. 3 with the Cardinals and 3 with the Padres on this homestand at Alex Wood, starting game 1. The lineup that'll face off with in this first game, with the new manager Mike Schilt having taken over midway through July, and they've turned it around since. Matt Carpenter making an MVP case. He's at first base leading off. Jose Martinez is in right hitting second. Then it's the shortstop DeYoung, Ozuna, Wisdom, and Bader in the middle of the order. Wisdom and Bader both rookies. Colton Wong at second. First time since late July somebody other than, what am I blanking on? Best catcher in baseball. Yadier Molina does the catching. Francisco Pena is there. And they face off with Alex Wood, whose last 10 starts 6-1 with an ERA below 2.5.
Alex Wood, the last 4 starts has been amazing. You see the last 10 starts, 6-1 with a 2.43. The last 4, he's had an ERA in the 1s. And you know what? It really is the establishment of the inside part of the plate with his fastball. So getting off the barrel onto the handle of the bat, executing that pitch, and then the breaking ball. So able to change speeds with the fastball in, the breaking ball down, getting more swings and misses, more chases, and a lot more soft contact.
Tuesday against San Francisco, just the 1 run over 5 innings in that first start after missing 10 days with the adductor strain. Alex, 27 years old, out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Carpenter gets ready to lead things off on a very comfortable night, right? It feels like we're kind of moving out of the heat of the summer. It means October's getting closer.
Yeah, the norm is usually when the sun goes down here, it drops about 15, 17 degrees, and we're starting to get to that instead of having the oppressive heat kind of linger with us as the game starts.
76 degrees, our first pitch temperature. Cardinals, the National League best 14-4 in this month of August. They're a half game out of the wild card. They're 4 games out at the top of the division in the Central behind the Cubs. Dodgers, meanwhile, have won 3 of 4 and start the night 2 back in the National League West. Off we go with strike 1. Carpenter got off to a very rough start this season. First month and a half was one of the worst stretches of his major league career. But since then, there have not been too many guys in baseball that have been better. Leads the National League in home runs, 33 of them this year. It's number 2 in slugging, number 2 in OPS. Wood brings him in 0-2. Carpenter takes it low, 1-2.
Matt has always been a gamer, a grinder up there at the plate. It was amazing to watch him struggle early on. You really didn't anticipate that, but I also didn't anticipate him leading the National League in home runs either.
Two and two. And he says that he's actually, coming into the year, he's taken a different approach that wouldn't, you typically think, lead to home runs. He flattened his swing out some and went back to a more line drive approach, trying to use the whole field. But the result is he's hit these 33 homers.
You could have got some long odds on Matt Carpenter leading the National League in home runs, and also probably add to that if you wanted to parlay it with Max Muncy in the top 5.
Oh yeah, you could quit work. You could just you could do whatever you wanted if you had that ticket. Leading things off in this one by striking out against Wood, 1 away. Closed captioning tonight brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. For tips and rebates, visit bewaterwise.com. Here's Jose Martinez. Quietly has turned into one of the Cardinals' best hitters. Spent 11 years in the minor leagues before making his big league debut last year. And now at 30 years old, putting together another great year. He takes the first pitch outside, 1-0.
He's got a lot going on in the batter's box. This is a big man, I think about 6'6". The elbows and the knees and the stride. but it's become more accurate bat.
Takes a strike, 1-1. This Cardinals offense collectively second in the National League this month, better than 5 runs per game. Like the Dodgers, they hit for power. But they've also, since Mike Schultz taken over and since they hired 2 new hitting coaches as well, been getting on base at a much higher clip. Back to the home run conversation though. Halfway up the pavilion, Jose Martinez with his 15th of the season to open the scoring.
It doesn't take him many strides to get between bases. And boy, with that lever system, he got a chance to extend it. You see the ball up and away from him, so he gets full extension. The elbows unfold, the hips turn, and this is a powerful swing. We've kind of labeled 30 degrees as majestic. That's got to be in the ballpark of 30 degrees. That was a beautiful home run.
So the Cardinals lead at 1-0 as Wood pours in a strike to Paul DeJong. It was, in fact, right at 30 degrees.
The definition.
Breaking pitch for strike 2. On an 0-2, DeJong taps it foul.
Those are the easy home runs to recover from as a starting pitcher because they're no doubters. You made a mistake. It gives you some information how to face him later in the game. The number one thing is just to get back in the strike zone, find your rhythm, and completely different than a short reliever. It'll be crushing in the bullpen the last 3 innings, the 7th, 8th, and 9th, but as a starter, plenty of time, a lot of game to go.
Starting pitchers have been so good for the Dodgers overall this year, #1 in the National League. Here comes another 0-2, and he gets DeJong swinging with a back foot breaking ball. His second K, 2 gone in the first.
We mentioned the fastball in. That's pretty much what he got Matt Carpenter with up in the zone. And we mentioned the breaking ball has gotten sharper, more chase. There it is right there.
One of the highest chase percentages in baseball on Alex Wood's breaking pitch, which he's thrown more and more recently. 2 gone first inning, and it's Marcell Ozuna. '27-year-old in his first year with the Cardinals swings at the first pitch, floats it to right center where Matt Kemp settles under it and finishes the Cardinals off in the first. Jose Martinez opens the scoring in this one with a solo shot, and the rookie Austin Gomber takes the mound after this. As Brian Dozier will lead things off for Dave Roberts, and then Justin Turner, Manny Machado. Part of the order, it's Bellinger, Kemp, Hernandez. Chris Taylor starts in left. Austin Barnes getting some good playing time lately. He does the catching for Wood. Against the 24-year-old rookie, Austin Gomber, who's been mostly out of the bullpen here in his debut with St. Louis, but making 4 starts, and the Cardinals have won them all.
6'5", 230 pounds, so very slender, long lever system. I could see why he can get it together better as a starter. Once he gets his rhythm, that 15-20 minutes of warm-up down there in the bullpen, he's throwing a lot more strikes and first pitch strikes as a starter.
Gets one on Dozier. Yeah, Dozier turns this one around, smacks a single into center field. So leadoff hit for Brian Dozier brings up Justin Turner, who has just kept on hitting. And coming off a huge day in Seattle where he capped a 4-hit day with a home run.
Well, Justin has made adjustments to his stance, which has helped his vision, helped him with his plate coverage, and boy, has it helped him with his power. Not only seen consistency with the average, but the leverage that he is putting on the ball right now. He's squaring it up, and he's getting it on the right trajectory to hit some homers.
Hitting streak is at 13 now. First one from Gomber. Turner takes first strike. Number 1 in baseball in batting average and on base percentage this month. And we're now 2/3 of the way into the month, August 20th today. Coming inside with an 0-1. Turner gets his hands in, flexes it to center, back-to-back hits. First and second, nobody out.
The hit streak continues. It wasn't hit well, but not all of his hits have been hit well, but he's hit enough of them on the center of the barrel. This one gets in on him a little bit. I'm probably glad it did, because then it falls in instead of reaching the outfielders.
Two on, nobody out, and it's Manny Machado. Started to look like he was coming to life in that San Francisco series and kept it rolling in Seattle. Hitting 2 home runs on Friday night. And of course, the scare yesterday when he was hit on the hand and the wrist by the pitch, but x-rays came back negative and good to go, right back in the lineup. First pitch curve falls in for strike 1. One ball, one strike. Gomber 6 shutout innings against the Nationals his last time out. Time before that threw 5 shutout innings against Kansas City. This is a rookie that they're very excited about. A little bit inside to Machado when it's 2-1. Not a guy that was ever considered a big time prospect. In fact, out of high school he was undrafted. Only had 1 big time offer to FAU. They drafted him from there a few years back. And he slowly climbed the ranks. Here's his 2-1. Ball 3 on Machado.
Very effective when he gets ahead of hitters. Likes to pitch to contact. Got some nice off-speed stuff that he mixes in.
A 3-1 up and in on Machado, and it clipped him. He's going to reach either way. This, instead of a walk, it'll be a hit by pitch. And the bases are loaded.
Get those hands out of the way. Anything up there reminds me of Justin Turner. And we don't need anybody taking long rests right now to get healthy.
Well, Dodgers right in the middle of it these days. 2 games back. The Arizona Diamondbacks, 1.5 back at the Colorado Rockies. Both those teams idle today. Open their series up tomorrow. Not too many better guys to have up there right now than Cody Bellinger with the bases loaded and nobody out. Gomber comes home. Bellinger fouls it back. It's 0-1. If it wasn't for Justin Turner, it would be Cody Bellinger leading baseball in average and an on base this month.
Both have made subtle adjustments with their swing and their approach. Both have gotten hot after making those adjustments.
Popped up on the infield. Gomber gets a big first out as Bellinger pops out to Pena.
Right field. Number 27, Matt Kemp.
And up comes Matt Kemp. We're talking about the offense exploding in Seattle for those 27 runs. And yes, they hit 10 home runs. Per usual, is a big part of what they did. But the more encouraging thing was that they didn't completely rely on the homers. They hit close to 400 with men in scoring position.
And they were stealing bases, and it felt like a more complete offense, one that could be triggered by multiple ways to score runs. And I think that's what's really could carry the Dodger offense the rest of the year if they can continue to be more diverse in how they get people across the plate.
Kemp swings through the first one, 0-1.
These situations with bases loaded, no out, now 1 out, are definitely what you want to get a lot of runs out of, at least a couple.
Kemp muscles one right side. Wong with a diving catch, and the inning is over. Colton Wong, one of the best defensive second basemen in the sport. And the Dodgers squander a bases loaded, nobody out chance in the first.
Listen to details.
Cam, Colton Wong getting the Cardinals out of this jam. #1 for second baseman in range. And he shows it off right here. Gets a great jump. That ball's curving away from him as it was slicing, but still reads it. Gets it in the glove. And once it's in the glove, it's a double play.
Alex Wood to Patrick Wisdom with ball 1. Joe Davis, Or Hershiser, and Lana Rizzo here at Dodger Stadium. This team's playing the first of 3 this week. That's bounce foul, and it's 1-1. Wisdom, a local guy, is out of Murrieta, California. To Murrieta Valley High School, the Nighthawks. A 1-1 pitch from Wood. He takes just off of the corner, 2-1. But an influx of these young players, not just in the rotation, but throughout the lineup as well over the last month or so, as the Cardinals have gone from completely out of the picture to the hottest team in the league. That's ball 3. You know, they were 47-46 on July 14 when Mike Matheny was fired. They've gone 21-11 since. Chopper to third, Justin Turner. Wisdom the first out.
Best record in the National League, the Cardinals, over that period of time. Pretty nice when you get a new manager and the guys come together. One of the first things he did when he took over was move Yadier Molina into the 2-hole behind Matt Carpenter, kind of helped the offense. They said there was a lot of pressure that was relieved from the locker room with the new manager, a little bit more low-key. Let the guys have a little bit more fun.
Just one of those rookies in Harrison Bader. Yeah, the laid-back, kind of observant nature of Mike Schilt couldn't be more different than Mike Matheny. And not that one way is right and the other way is wrong. It's just they're polar opposites, and things had grown a little bit stale in a place where they don't stand for that. Always high expectations in St. Louis. That's ball 1. 1-1 on Bader. St. Louis last year had their fewest wins in a decade. They missed the postseason for the second year in a row, and when they decided to make the move away from Matheny, it was looking like it was a sure thing they'd miss it again. But at this point, who knows? 1-2. Schultz kind of a baseball lifer. Bader able to lay off. Count evens up at 2-2. He played college ball, but never as a pro. He was a high school coach. And joined the Cardinals about a decade and a half ago as an area scout. Swing and a miss from Bader. 2 up and 2 down in the second. He climbed the ladder steadily. Started off as a scout. Then he became a minor league coach. Minor league manager, more than a decade in that role. And then last year, for the first time, was in a major league dugout. He was a quality control coach and then a third base coach. Promoted him to bench coach this season. And is unlikely of a guy, at least when you're looking back a year or two ago, to be sitting in that chair as you're ever going to find. Colton Wong with 2 out takes ball 1.
Baseball's gone in many directions to find new managers and opportunities to be a manager. Ex-Hall of Fame players like Paul Molitor, no managerial experience. Robin Ventura, a very popular guy in the clubhouse when he played and really knew the game, but a great sense of humor.
Gently hit right side. Wong runs well. It'll be a race to the bag that he'll win. So Wong's athleticism and speed showing up over the first couple innings of this game.
It sure is. Boy, the range that he used to get the pop up, to get the double play to end the inning, and now the speed to become a base runner. He has gotten stronger in the lower half over the years, really taken some serious time in the weight room.
Doesn't miss leg day.
No, you can definitely see that. He looks like a fullback.
And he kept alive for the catcher Francisco Pena. You mentioned Mike Schilt moving Yadier Molina into the 2 spot on a daily basis, and you're not kidding when you say everyday role. In fact, for Pena, this is only his second at bat over the last month. It's not just that Molina's taken all of the starts, he's taken all of the at bats, literally, with the exception of 1 over the last month at the catcher spot. Pena swings and misses. 0-2.
Yadier Molina this year will become the first catcher ever to catch 100 games in a year, 14 seasons in a row, has 93 right now.
Grounded sharply, but right at Machado, goes to Dozier, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the second, the Cardinals 1, the Dodgers nothing.
Cardinals lead. The Dodgers entering play today 2 games back of the Arizona Diamondbacks in the National League West. Tonight is game 126, so including tonight, the Dodgers have 37 games remaining in the regular season. They have 20 more against teams with winning records, and they will play the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies, the 2 teams that they are trailing 13 more times this year. Clayton Kershaw on our set earlier today, guys, said that he's pretty confident it's going to come down to however they play against their own respective division.
All right, Alana, and yeah, plenty of those games on tap. Kike Hernandez takes strike 1 from Austin Gomber. Diamondbacks have what is considered the most difficult remaining schedule of any team. And the Dodgers in the National League, the second easiest schedule left when you're looking at winning percentage of the teams. Diamondbacks will open up a series tomorrow night against the Angels. Hernandez swings and misses 0-2. Just 2 quick games between them. Padres and Rockies get going tomorrow night as well. They'll play 3 in Denver. Gomber lets an 0-2 fly, and Hernandez grounds it to short for Paul DeYoung. 1 out.
Fielder number 3, Chris Taylor.
On a perfect night at the ballpark. First of 6 on this homestand. And an odd 2-game trip to Texas before they come back home and play a few more at Dodger Stadium. Here's Chris Taylor with 1 out. Strike 1, which is everything for Austin Gomber. In fact, when he gets ahead of the hitter on that first pitch, opponents are hitting below 100 against him. Taylor smacks one in the air to center. But room for Harrison Bader. 2 out.
He's 7 for 7 on first pitch strike so far against the Dodgers. After that, he's kind of nibbled a little bit, but that first pitch strike is huge for him. You see the stats right there. 090 after 01, and if you miss and you're him, would tell me that maybe the secondary stuff, a little less confident in getting it in the strike zone after he's down 1-0, maybe defaulting to more fastballs, and hitters pick up on that, and the average increases tremendously.
Barnes with 2 out takes, again, strike 1. And his fastball has not been great when you're looking at the average against. Slider and the curve both, though, exceptional.
The batting average against the curve is below 200, and the slider, it's right around 200. So if he can get to his 2 main off-speed pitches, he's very, very tough.
Turner Ward, Dodger hitting coach, compared him and his stuff to Patrick Corbin in Arizona. Some high praise.
Corbin a little bit more on the shorter delivery. Gomber's arm seems to extend and really throw it from a high angle. Already 6'5", but then that over-the-top delivery has got to feel like it's dropping from the sky to the hitters.
Comes downhill with a 3-1, and Barnes takes ball 4. First walk issued by Gomber, and the inning kept alive for the pitcher Wood. Able to turn the lineup over here in the second.
57, Alex Wood.
Well, we mentioned that Gomber wasn't really ever a highly thought of prospect. He was pretty much just fastball changeup until relatively recently. Added the curveball in 2015. That's improved a bunch this year with Mike Maddox as the pitching coach. And then the slider, he didn't add that until this year. Started tinkering with the grip with some help from Adam Wainwright. Get better separation between the curve and the slider. They're kind of blending into one pitch at first. Here's his 0-1 to Wood. Alex bunts it foul, strike 2.
Pitchers are always tinkering, and they're always looking for new information. When you get new teammates, made his debut in June. You're around some guys with a lot of knowledge, and it's a lot easier to accept that knowledge and experiment when the guy has pitched at the big league level and when the guy is currently pitching on your team. I can't tell you why that advice is more important, but it just seems to ring true with everybody that if they understand that you had a really good career and a good breaking ball, they're ready to listen. That was definitely both Maddox brothers.
Strikes Wood out looking to finish the Dodgers in the second. We've played 2, and the Cardinals lead it on a Jose Martinez home run. Spotlight for this one. We mentioned this earlier, but these are the two teams that lead baseball in regular season wins over the last 8 years. And they'll face off 7 times over the next month, these 3 here, and then 4 in St. Louis. And I think Clayton Kershaw said it well after the game yesterday. Yeah, it's good to get a win. It's good to take 2 of 3 from Seattle. But there's only 37 games left. It's time to get going.
It really is. You know, if you're a good team, this is the time to really go for it. And I'll tell you what, we're at the point of the season. We talked about it, scoreboard watching. Well, it's almost moment by moment roller coaster watching, because when all of a sudden Arizona's playing Colorado, they're both off tonight, but when they're playing, I'll tell you what, Clayton said we don't look at the scoreboard very often. You know, it doesn't linger, but I'll tell you, I watch that thing every second, especially as a starting pitcher with 4 days off in between.
Dave Roberts has talked about basically admitting, yes, he watches it too. He likes to stay in tune with what the other teams are doing. And at this point, not a whole lot of time left, and a 2-game deficit out of first behind the Diamondbacks, a game and a half behind the Rockies, who have won 4 in a row and 8 of their last 9. You know, the Dodgers 11-14 in their last 25 games. They've gone from a game and a half lead to 2 games back, largely because in that same time frame, Arizona and Colorado have the second and third best records in the National League, trailing St. Louis. Austin Gomber leads off this third and takes a strike from Alex Wood. Ground ball to second. There's Brian Dozier.
MLB TV is now available at a lower price for $59.99. Watch every out-of-market regular season game, plus get a free subscription to MLB at Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv to take advantage of this special offer.
Help with your scoreboard watching. 1-0 St. Louis, top 3. Here's Matt Carpenter. He said he's putting together a good MVP case, but struggling lately. Matt was hit on the hand last Wednesday against Washington. Perhaps coincidence, perhaps not, but he's 1 for 21 since. That's a strike, 1-1. Two and 1. StatCast AI is powered by AWS. Here's the shift that they put on. Carpenter pulls the ball on the ground as frequently as anybody.
He sprays it, but it's sprayed more in the air. And predominantly, you can see the red right there. That's why there's 3 fielders in that area for the Dodgers.
That's a base hit to center. Right over the shift for the line drive. The Cardinals have a 1-out base runner.
38, Jose Martinez.
You mentioned in his first at bat that he leveled out his swing, and to do that and attack a high fastball, he was all over it. A little bit more of an uppercut. You would have a tendency maybe to pop that ball up a little bit or hit a home run,
which Jose Martinez did his first time. Number 15 of the year for him. Strike over the inside corner. Originally, Jose Martinez signed with the White Sox. That was in 2008. Suffered a career-threatening knee injury. Needed a meniscus transplant. The injury was so bad. He missed a full year. And never really was himself again for a while, bouncing around from the White Sox to the Braves to the Royals, undergoing 2 more knee surgeries along the way. And when I say White Sox, Braves, Royals, I mean they're minor league affiliates. The Cardinals started taking a look at him a few years ago while he was in AAA with Kansas City. He hit .384, but never got called up. So as soon as Kansas City designated him for assignment early on the next season, Cardinals were ready to pounce. They saw a guy who had an exceptionally high exit velocity, but a low average launch angle. And they thought that if they could get him to hit the ball in the air more, he could become at least a viable guy off of the bench with pop. He's turned into much more than that for him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Grounded foul.
High fastball on the home run that Alex threw. Jose Martinez extends his arms and puts the Cardinals up 1-0. Wow, the next hitter better have some leaping ability to get up with a guy going 6'6" and trying to give you an extra special high five.
Softly grounded left side. Turner's only play is at first, and Martinez is the second out. Whatever it's worth, the next guy, Paul DeYoung, his first sport growing up was basketball. So maybe
that's why they do it.
That could be it.
Well, he got him out this time, and it was a first pitch strike. When Alex Wood doesn't get that first pitch strike, Cardinal hitters tonight are 3 for 4 with the home run. So getting ahead is as important to him as it is Gomber.
Carpenter into scoring position, and here is the old basketball player DeYoung. Pulls the first pitch foul. Look out down there. It was injuries that ended his basketball career. In fact, first week of open gym as a high school freshman, he tore his ACL. Rehab back from that, and then tore the same ACL the next basketball season. At that point, decided to focus on baseball. Good choice, Paul. Rookie of the Year runner-up to Cody Bellinger last year. 25 home runs in just a little more than 100 games. Laid off 1-1. Hasn't been able to follow that up. He missed a month and a half with a broken finger. And since coming back, hitting just a little above 200. With 13 homers total. On a 1-1 from Alex Wood. DeYoung swings, hits a high fly ball to left center field. Taylor has room. Bringing over to the bottom of the third. The Dodgers trailing 1-0.
Continue for Chase Utley and Justin Turner as they explore more of Dubai. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, presented by Cadillac, Friday after the postgame show on Sportsnet LA.
Top of the order for the Dodgers, trailing 1-0. Dozier started the night for LA with a base hit. They had the bases loaded with nobody out but couldn't score against the rookie Austin Gomber, who drops in a breaking pitch, strike one. And he's gotten strike one on all 10 hitters that he's faced. One and one. Dozier pops it left side. And Wisdom will catch it, one out.
Number 10, Justin Turner.
Up comes Turner, who extended his hitting streak to a major league best 14 games his first time up. First time he's missed with his first pitch.
He's starting to lose it.
Oh yeah. Gotta get the bullpen going.
A guy with a 14-game hitting streak and Justin's power can scare you out of the strike zone.
He's back with a 2-0. Turner takes ball 3. Gomber, part of this Cardinals staff that in August is #1 in the majors in ERA. Several young starters, a couple young relievers they've plugged in, overhauling that bullpen. Turner takes a 4-pitch walk, and the Dodgers with a 1-out base runner. For Machado.
Number 8, Manny Machado.
Ball 1. I know you were kidding when you said it, but that's 5 straight balls for a guy who was hardly missing for the first 2 innings.
Your rhythm changes throughout a game, different energy levels, what happens on the scoreboard, how you feel about bouncing out to the mound. But he definitely has lost his rhythm and his release point right now.
Walk Turner on 4 pitches, and now 2-0 on Machado, who swings away, launches one left center field. Bader sprints over and makes the catch. Throw back to first is cut off. 2 out.
Maybe just a little off the end of the bat. Manny was hoping when he left the box. He knew he got it, but he didn't really know he got it all. But he was just hoping, and you got to remember that swing and that contact in Baltimore, probably a home run. But here in Dodger Stadium, a little bit more pitcher friendly, and it covers up some mistakes, and you got to hit a little harder.
So 2 gone, and here's Bellinger, who popped up with the bases loaded his first time. 1-0. Bellinger, the only left-handed hitter for Dave Roberts in there tonight, even though Gomber's a reverse splits guy. Left-handers at 260, right-handers below 200. 1-1.
And it's the fastball that the lefties have been hitting off of him. Probably mistakes up, not being able to get the ball to his glove side, low and away to the lefty to set up the breaking ball. So if that ball leaks back over the middle of the plate, left-handers could feast on that.
Here's the 1-1. It's a breaking ball, snapped off for strike 2.
Wants it away, but bends it and barely nicks the inside corner.
Turner at first, 2 out, and Gomber checks on him. Got to be careful with these Dodgers these days.
24 stolen bases in August, 6 in the last series in Seattle. Who's leading the team in stolen bases? Yasiel Puig with 11. It's kind of spread throughout the roster. It's not like they have some 40-bag guy.
Bellinger unable to lay off, and the inning is over. We've played 3 at Dodger Stadium. The Cardinals in front, 1-0. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Southern California BMW Centers. Hurry in today to the BMW Summer On Sales event for exceptional offers. Details at SoCalBMW.com. And by Jack in the Box. Try something different like Jack's Teriyaki Bowls. Only at Jack in the Box for a limited time. Alex Wood back to the hill with the Dodgers trailing 1-0 and a solo home run from Jose Martinez. Marcell Ozuna leads off this 4th and takes a strike. Ozuna had a huge year last year in his final year with the Marlins. 37 home runs. The OPS has dropped off by 200 points here in his first year in St. Louis. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's in for a strike, 1-2. Got his hands in and ripped one to left, base hit in front of Taylor. Leadoff single for Marcell Ozuna.
These Cardinals of late have been very hot against left-handed starters. Their last 9 times they've faced a left-handed starter, they are 8-1 and averaging almost 6 runs a game. They're seeing the ball at a left-hander's hands very well right now.
Strike one on Wisdom.
With young hitters, a lot easier to have the breaking ball coming into you and maybe lay off the changeup away compared to those hard sliders they're seeing from the right-handers and the breaking balls from them.
Comes Woods 0-2. Wisdom pops it on the infield. Machado calls it out and puts it away for the first out.
Number 48, Harrison Bader.
Here's Harrison Bader, 24-year-old who's become the everyday center fielder with them having traded Tommy Pham to Tampa Bay and with Dexter Fowler out with a broken foot. One of the balancing jobs that Mike Matheny was having to do was how do you find enough playing time for Harrison Bader, who was justifying having more as a young guy while still giving Dexter Fowler a chance to get his season off of the ground. It's kind of an ongoing thing that they never really figured out. It's just kind of shaken out here with the injury to Fowler. Bader being good enough to, in some ways, you figure, prompt the trade of Pham. Grounded foul, 0-2. Like with the trade of Pham and the moves that the Cardinals made at the deadline, they weren't making moves like they were a contender, like they were trying to win this year. It just worked out that the surges happened, and now they are. 1-2.
And in some ways it feels like it's a good team playing well, but maybe not a championship team. But you never know. You get yourself in this position, you get close, and all of a sudden you get hot at the right time. You get hot for another 30, 40 games. Who knows?
Two and two. Mentioned the Dodgers have the second easiest remaining schedule in the National League. Cardinals have the second most difficult. From here they go to Colorado. Yeah, they're going to welcome the Dodgers in for 4 in a few weeks. On a 2-2, Bader swings and rips one to left center. That's in front of Kike Hernandez. Ozuna stops his second, first and second with one out.
Well, after this hit, this is the part of the game that Alex Wood has been so good at, leaving men on base during his hot streak, his last 10 starts. He's left over 80% of them on. The blemish tonight on a home run, so this is a situation where he needs to keep it close. Get a double play ball. It's going to be hard with this guy's speed.
Yeah, we saw that his first time up with an infield single. Wong dribbles the first one right side, almost the same exact looking play as the first time, but a different result this time.
Alex took the short route and didn't go to the bag. He went short of the bag to go for the tag, not trying to time the throw and the bag. He changes his route and he just cuts it straight and says, "Give it to me. I'm going to tag him." You got to know who you can outrun or who you can outfox.
Were you pretty good at outfoxing guys?
I tried to. I didn't have a, never mind.
I'm going to put Pena out intentionally and bring the pitcher Gomber up. Were you going to say you didn't have speed? You had a little bit of speed.
I did. I was when I was a very young Dodger, I was the third fastest guy in the organization.
What?
Rudy Law, Steve Sachs, and then me.
Wow.
I used to run the 60. I think I cheated on the start. They didn't really care because I was a pitcher.
Strike one. How did you just get a little bit of a...
I just studied the starter.
Wow. Talk about
his
outfoxing
rhythm.
him.
They're not going to call me back. The ones they want to figure out who are fast are the everyday players. We're just doing it because we don't have to stand around.
I think they're going to call you back now and see what you time out in the 60.
Yeah.
Repeat it, Hershiser.
That would be great. It'll come up like a quarter-mile time.
Loaded up in the fourth. Gomber takes strike two.
Oh, what a great situation. Bases loaded, 2 out. Glad the pitcher's up, but it's still nerve-wracking. They got a bat in their hand, and they got a chance.
Cue shot, foul.
And there's a catch-22 in pitch selection because, okay, pitcher's up. I'd love to just throw him a breaking ball in the dirt because he swings and misses, but then you risk the pass ball wild pitch. There's a lot of things in your mind that you either decide I'm going to avoid the negative or I'm going to just go for the positive and trust my ability.
On an 0-2, he misses low. A ball and 2 strikes. 2 singles and an intentional walk in this inning. Gomber is able to get out of a bases loaded, nobody out situation in the first. Here it's bases loaded, 2 out. And Wood fires him 1-2. Got him swinging. Cardinals leave them loaded to the bottom of the fourth.
Dodgers host the Padres at 6:10. Be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance and take home a Dave Roberts replica batting practice jersey. Compliments of your Southern California BMW centers. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Matt Kemp to start this fourth for the Dodgers. Home run from Jose Martinez in the first inning, the difference in this game. The Dodgers in the first loaded the bases against Austin Gomber, but were unable to score. Since they loaded the bases, Gomber's held them to 0 for 8, and only 2 balls have left the infield.
Loaded the bases when he was throwing first pitch strikes, and then when he started falling behind, hitters couldn't push him across the plate. But Dodger offense needs to get it going, especially here at home. Next 13 of 15 games here at Dodger Stadium. Only 19 games altogether here at home, including this one.
Kemp slashes the first pitch of the inning into center for a leadoff hit. So quietly, Kemp's put together a 5-game hitting streak.
Number 14,
The leadoff man aboard as Kike Hernandez comes up.
Got in him a little bit, breaking ball. Oh, he got it right on the barrel. He just didn't get it all. When he is still and you see everything rotate around, a very still head is when he is swinging it in a good way.
Here's Hernandez, grounded to third or to short his first time. Takes ball 1. Key for Kike lately has been slowing everything down, not trying quite as hard. Brent Brown, the assistant hitting coach, said that he told Kike, look, all the work that you put in. Now balk has been called on Gomber. That'll move the tying run into scoring position.
Kike called the balk.
He knew it. They're well versed after this weekend.
That was one of the more painful losses Dodgers and Dodger fans have had. As Gomber goes, and that little flick of the hand looked like he was going to start his motion to come set. No matter where I went around town, everybody's talking about, was that really a balk? How can they end a game like that? Isn't there something where the umpires can disregard that at the end when it's such a crucial moment?
2-1.
Have an amazing game, and you've got a chance for unbelievable disappointment or unbelievable elation, and then it's like a balk. Really?
Yeah. One of the best environments of the year that night, especially in those late innings. Pantone 294 was in the house. On a 2-1 pitch, Hernandez leaves it up, ball 3. We were talking about Hernandez just trying a little bit less hard, slowing things down. And Brent Brown had told him, look, you put all that work in to reshape your body. You're strong enough where you don't have to swing as hard as you can to do damage. Just let that work. Pumps one down the right field line, slicing towards the foul pole. And just a little bit foul, 3-2.
Yesterday it let it work. Absolute beautiful swing, and you could see right there the maintaining the control on a swing where he's slightly fooled, but it's out over the plate, and there was still a lot of swing and balance left. You go to swing as hard as you can on that pitch, you're going to hit the top of it probably. Stayed in his legs.
On this payoff pitch, he pops it in foul ground right side. That'll be a souvenir. We'll do it again. One of the tricks that he's using lately during batting practice is to use a heavier bat. Normally 33 ounces. He's been using a 35-ounce bat during BP to basically give him no choice but to not swing as hard. One 1-0 fourth inning. Kemp at second, and another 3-2. Taken low, ball 4. Third Gomber walk of the day. First and second, nobody out, and here's Taylor.
Dodgers trying to make them hurt. It's one thing to get the walk, get guys on. It's another thing to push them across. No 3-up, 3-down innings for the Dodgers yet on offense. But no runs either.
Taylor hit it hard his first time, caught on the edge of the track in center. Here he takes ball 1. And over the weekend, I mentioned it a couple times, but they scored those 27 runs. Thanks largely to hitting almost 400 as a team with runners in scoring position. 10 home runs didn't hurt either, but it wasn't just the home runs.
It's like they're just trying to settle the youngster down. Use one of their visits, not on strategy, but composure.
Kemp started the inning with a single, took second on the balk. Hernandez is walked. Gomber's falling behind Taylor 1-0. Here he comes. Ball 2.
Everybody clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands.
The 2-0. Taylor lifts one down the right field line. That will reach the seats for strike 1.
Chris Taylor's still searching for a hitting tip from Turner Ward or Brant Brown that works. A lot of guys make adjustments and find that key. Chris is really still searching for it.
Here on a 2-1. He rips one to left center field, but Ozuna is there for the first out.
Ozuna looked like he was fighting the lights on that early on, then it came out of the lights and he caught it. And then when the ball was in the webbing, had trouble getting the ball out of his glove. Left it in there. Talking about the lights right there.
It's at perfect height.
He plays the game like Manny Machado with a smile on his face all the time.
2 on 1 out, and Barnes comes up. Austin walked his first time, and how about this? Has been on 8 of his last 12 plate appearances. That's a strike, 1-1. Said he's seen the ball better lately. He can see the end of the season coming, so there's an added sense of urgency for him to try and find it sooner rather than later. 2 on 1 out, 1-1. Barnes takes strike 2.
You love the want in Austin Barnes, and that can really help you excel. But when you get into a slump and you got that excess want, it can actually make that thing spiral down even quicker. And I think he's coming out of the depths of despair now as far as what he can get done in the batter's box.
Taps it along third. That will stay foul. And he refuses to use the lack of a consistent role as an excuse. And he'll cite last year he didn't have close to an everyday role when he got hot enough to take it over. He did that in a part-time duty, taking the job from Yasmani Grandal, and it eventually became playing more than Grandal. What came first, the chicken or the egg? He got hot before he got a consistent chance. So he's not using that as an excuse. With Kemp at second, Hernandez at first, Barnes swings and misses, strike 3.
It was an excellent pitch. It starts out looking like a high fastball that's nice and juicy, and then cuts into your hands where it ties you up.
Alex Wood. Ground ball. DeYoung feeding Wong. Dodgers strand a couple more. They've put traffic on there, but they're 1 for 8 with men on base tonight. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Infinity. Empower the drive. And by the new film Operation Finale. Discover the true story of the hunt for Hitler's deadliest lieutenant in theaters August 29th. Cardinals in front of the Dodgers 1-0 as this game goes to the 5th. Joe Orel and Alana. Alex Wood has given up the 1 run and a Jose Martinez home run through 4.
His breaking ball has been outstanding tonight. He is really throwing it a lot more than his season average. On the season, he throws it about 30% of the time. Tonight, throwing it about 50% of the time. And boy, he's got Clayton Kershaw ratio working. We saw Clayton the other night with his slider a couple of games ago, like 90% strikes. So Alex Wood's throwing the curveball about 75% of the time for strikes. So they have to respect the secondary pitch tonight.
Or in the month where those two guys you're talking about have been better than anybody when you're looking at active pitchers across baseball in their careers. Clayton Kershaw 232 in August. That leads all pitchers. Alex Wood right behind it.
The whole Dodger staff has really pitched inside well, and they have really learned to throw their breaking ball a larger percentage of time, because the league, it just seems like all of baseball, hitting the fastball with the new approach and culture, but not hitting the breaking stuff, the stuff with spin as well.
Top of the Cardinals order here in the 5th, Matt Carpenter, and Martinez and DeYoung. Wood's first one to Carpenter is pulled inside the bag. It ricochets to Kemp. Carpenter headed for second. Kemp's throw bounces by. A leadoff double for Matt Carpenter, who seems to be in some pain on that slide.
It's a slide, or did he get hit by the throw from Kemp? Well, right down the line. He didn't even think with the contact it was going to be fair, but then sees it as it goes over the bag. This carom right here gives Matt Kemp an opportunity to possibly cut him down. Oh boy, right in the top of his back, right below the neck, gets hit with the throw. Not a lot of padding where he gets hit.
Sliding in there, bracing to feel it on your chest and your hands and your fingers. And then it's like, what? I just get hit by.
You're taking inventory. We've seen Yasiel Puig, his throws clocked at 95, 97 miles an hour. Matt Kemp's got a strong arm. By the time that hits Carpenter, it's probably traveling 75, 80 miles an hour.
Good to see Matt staying in. Ouch.
Right fielder Jose Martinez.
Not a guy the Cardinals can afford to lose.
He gets a painful double.
A runner at second, nobody out, and Jose Martinez comes up. Shot to right, base hit. Carpenter headed for the plate. Martinez is driven in both. Kemp misplays it, and Martinez takes advantage.
Martinez with a nice swing, kind of carving air to right field. Couldn't extend his arms fully, and then it hits off the fingers of the glove, and Matt actually kicks it, trying to get it in quickly and couldn't get it in his glove.
Single with an RBI for Martinez. He takes second on an E9, and here's Paul DeYoung. And if they got time called, nope, they called a balk. It's been a balk on both sides tonight. It's 9 in the Dodgers total this year, most in baseball.
What happened on this one? Oh, this balk early. Oh yeah, he flinched. He'd come set, check the runner. A break of the knee both ways and didn't continue on.
Dave Roberts brings the infield in. Martinez at third and nobody out. Here's Woods 1-0. It's low ball 2. Barnes keeps it around him, 3-0.
I think you'll notice with infield in and no outs, they don't come all the way in on the cut of the grass because they feel like if they come in a partial way, it will prevent the opposing team. Here the Cardinals going on contact, but with one out, offense usually tries to force the issue a little bit more. They know they're going to go on contact, so they come in a little deeper.
4-pitch walk. At the corners, nobody out.
Rick Honeycutt on the horn down to the bullpen with Mark Pryor. A.T. Chagua. Almost hot right there. Dave Roberts may have a quick hook right here.
The game's still very much in the balance at 2-0. Ozuna, who's due next, 1 for 2. Dave Roberts is going to make the change, much to the dismay of Alex Wood. Back in a moment. Wood shortest outing since early June. He goes 4+ and hands it off to JT Chagua with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Well, JT went down to AAA, got some things sorted out since then. An ERA of 1.88, and Dave Roberts, with the season closing in, 37 games left, including tonight. A little shorter hook than he has had with Alex Wood in a long time, but he wants to keep this game as close as possible, and to do that, he's going to start matching up already.
They like Chagua for the right-handed batting Marcell Ozuna, who had flied out and singled sharply against Wood in his 2 tries. So here we go. Chagua to Ozuna. Strike 1. Ozuna chases that slider. And almost looks down at third and gives the advice he knows he's going to get. Same thing. So far, you can see why Dave Roberts wanted Chagua for Ozuna.
For sure. The advantage of that right-handed breaking ball breaking away from him. Looked like he was telling Austin Barnes, come on, throw me something inside that I can reach. I think you're going to get the same pitch a little farther off the plate.
Why not? 0-2. Same thing, and Ozuna took it this time and shot a look out at Chagua, basically as if to say, you got me twice, you're not going to get me again on it.
You throw the lure in the water, you get a bite. You throw the lure in the water, you get a bite. You throw it in again, you didn't, you reel it back in. I'm throwing it back out there.
A 4th time here, huh?
I'm looking for the fish out there.
See if they're biting. And this time he's shaking his head at him. 2-2. What are you thinking now as a pitcher when the hitter's starting to shoot those looks at you?
Well, I was brought in to shut this inning down. I got no out first and third. I'm looking either to blow his bat up inside. So if I come inside, I'm coming in off the plate to set up the 3-2 breaking ball.
Oh.
I'd be a little calmer with my throw to first. But in some ways, he's proven now that you might want to set it up. But if his red zone is, low and in, that's why if you come in, you better make sure it's in off the plate. They're not going there.
To a fastball, and Ozuna took it. Full count.
So that pitch right there was created to kind of lock him up low and away. If you hit your spot, he's probably going to take it because he's seen a lot of breaking balls go the other way. And with the two-seamer leaking back to the plate, if you can hit the corner, it's probably a take strikeout.
3-2 pitch. Overthrows it. Bases loaded. You got ahead of him 0-2, but Ozuna eventually walks. And Wisdom comes up.
With JT Chagua, the count builds, the inning builds. Dave Roberts might be coming to get him, but that's kind of overthrown, trying to make a perfect pitch. And then for sure, this one's overthrown, trying to make a perfect pitch. And you've got to trust your ability that you are enough and you don't need to go for that extra.
Dave Roberts is coming out, but he's preceded by the trainer Nathan Lucero.
JT has arm history. With his head down, the bill of the cap blocking his eyes. Something hurt on one of the last two pitches.
Nathan Lucero turned and looked at Dave Roberts and said, "You got to get him out." Dodgers will get as much time as the umpires are willing to give him to get ready following this removal for injury of JT Chagua. Cardinals have a 2-0 lead, and the base is loaded here in the 5th. Still nobody out.
Go through the whole sequence. He gets ahead with Ozuna fishing out there. He tries to continue to go out there, but Ozuna has learned his lesson. That pitch, he looks fine. He's wiggling his fingers at the end of that last breaking ball. And what you'll feel as a pitcher if one just doesn't feel right. And sometimes it doesn't mean anything, but you'll get a little tingling down your arm and you wiggle your fingers like they're going numb. Let you know that something's going on.
Pedro Baez coming in. We'll be back in a moment. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Carl's Jr. and by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Take a look at our Nissan Dodger calendar. The 6-game homestand. 2 more between the Dodgers and the Cardinals. An off day Thursday, and then the Padres in over the weekend. 13 of 15 here at Dodger Stadium. The lone trip out. 2 quick games in Texas. As Pedro Baez comes on to pitch with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Pedro a couple nights ago in Seattle had a clean inning with a strikeout. 3 days prior to that, pitched 2 scoreless innings with a couple of Ks and got a W against the Giants. Could have been moved into a little bit more of a longer man role than at the end of the game, where they can expect him to be able to go a couple innings, not just being brought in to get 1 or 2 right-handed hitters out, but maneuver his way through the lineup.
Last 3 times out, he's looked good. He's not giving up a base runner. But the question with Pedro is what happens when his back is against the wall, and these, as they call them, higher leverage situations. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Well, we sure hope for the best for JT Chargois. Hopefully he just got a scare and not a serious injury.
Patrick Wisdom with the Young at third, Martinez at second, and Ozuna at first. Dave Roberts starting the bullpen train early today, pulling Alex Wood with nobody out here in the 5th inning to bring on Chargois. Chargois faces just Ozuna, then leaves with the injury, and it'll be up to Baez to try and keep this close. Pedro's first pitch is fouled off, strike 1. Wisdom was called up to the majors a little more than a week ago for his big league debut and hit his first major league home run in yesterday's game. Sent for the 0-1. Slider caught the corner, strike 2.
Martinez was balked to third, and then the Dodgers brought the infield in, but now with the bases loaded, back at double play depth, except for Cody Bellinger, he'll be coming home with the ball, and I think Justin Turner would even come home with the ball, depending on how it's hit.
The 0-2. Left it up, ball 1. I mean, it just has the feel of a game that is not nearly as close as it is. I could steal back a significant amount of momentum if Baez could somehow find his way out of this. One, 2. Pop up. Into the seats. Cardinals trying to go to 15-4 in the month of August. Trying to go to 22-1 under their new manager and their new hitting coaches.
Tried to go breaking ball away. They went with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up, but you got a check swing out of it, but no swing. You could go back up there just a little lower.
So it goes down with a slider, and Wisdom takes it. 2-2.
If the up fastball is part of the grid that you're working off of, I think you need to throw one here.
Boy, he stepped off on just about every pitch.
Having trouble getting on the same page, and it looks like Pedro's having trouble committing to what's being called. I'm not sure he remembers the signs. We're not on the same page.
It's just not the same looking guy as when there's no pressure.
It affects everybody differently. And if you're forgetting the signs, it can be nerves, that you're just in the wrong part of your brain, that completely something is taken over, and it's usually adrenaline and excitement. I want to get this done, but then you're not concentrating on everything that you need to handle.
Two. Full count. He's gotten ahead, and the Dodgers have gotten ahead 0-2 the last two hitters. Trying to finish him off. Here's a 3-2. And a good take from Wisdom to bring home the third run.
All three of the high fastballs really not competitive at all as far as for the hitter's eye. You barely get the bat moving, but you're swinging on every pitch as a hitter, and you're disengaging if it's a ball, and you can see how quickly Wisdom gives up on this. If it's a little lower at the top of the strike zone, or even a ball out of the strike zone, I think you get an opportunity to get a swing and a miss or a foul ball, or at least get the bat moving.
Still nobody out. Harrison Bader to the plate. Strike one. Barnes with a nice stop, ball and a strike.
It seems like Pedro has a certain idea of what he wants to throw, and Austin is not guessing the right pitch. Your scouting reports, you try and get on the same page with every pitcher coming out of the bullpen. You're especially on the same page with your starter. You spend more time preparing with him than anybody. Austin taking a look at the data, where they'd like to go, and now he's got to convince Pedro to follow him.
Two and one.
It's really hard to duplicate pitches and to throw a lot of strikes and know where the ball's going with this much time in between pitches. You just know where that you can gather any rhythm.
Challenge him with a fastball. A pop up right side. Bellinger, not quite.
He's right to the edge. He's got the low wall there. He's going to use that to lean over, but just not enough as the wall cuts his legs out from under him.
That close.
You know, with Pedro, he's had some pitches in this at bat where there's been like 40 seconds in between pitches. The rocket scientist turned golf coach, Dave Pelz, says that your brain can't feel the last thing you did as far as a practice swing or last pitch after 12 seconds. There is really no such thing as muscle memory, but we always talk about that. But there is kind of a rhythm memory in your brain and that sequencing that goes on and that firing from the last event. If you liked it, you want to have that feeling and get the next event underway. I used to try and work in under 10 seconds.
Nobody works that fast these days. 2-2. Got him. 97 to the knees.
This is a huge pitch, and it's a well-executed pitch. That is absolute perfection. Little two-seam action tailing, and Austin Barnes, who's one of the best, held that perfectly.
We've talked about it pretty much each time Austin has started. While the bat has slumped, the framing's still elite, among the top 5 in the game. Still loaded up, one gone, and Colton Wong. Here comes Baez. Strike one. On an 0-1 pitch. Long lays off it. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the fastest worker in baseball right now is 20 seconds between pitches.
Wow.
Good looking changeup, 1 and 2. It's Clayton Richard. And that's among starters.
And when I said I tried to get under 10, it was more of a mental note. I never knew what my exact time was, but it was in my consciousness, like, I've got to keep this moving.
Averages is 24 seconds between pitches.
That's a long time.
Bases loaded, 1 out in the 5th. A 1-2 and a pop fly. It's going to reach the seats, and it stays a ball and 2 strikes. Now, Wong has been up twice tonight. As we look back at our Morongo slow-mo cam, almost identical batted balls, but with different results.
Yeah, here the Dodgers need a double play, but with his wheels, that's going to be tough. They're in at the corners. Maybe they come home because of his speed, and he showed his speed off on those 2 plays that Alex Wood. One he beats it, one he got tagged.
Single in the 2nd, and it was a ground out in the 4th. Another 1-2 from Pedro Baez. Another pop-up. Where will this one come down? Bellinger's got it this time. 2 gone.
A high fastball that is a competitive pitch. You get the swing, and it's really hard to not pop those pitches up when you swing at them and they're going 96. Bellinger with inches to spare this time.
It's like even the pop-ups are taking longer to come down right now.
Welcome to the division race.
The 8-hitter, Francisco Pena, was put on intentionally his last time. This is his first start in a month. It's been all Yadier Molina. So Baez and the Dodgers with a chance to get out of this with minimal damage, and able to get out of this with just 2 runs allowed. Feels like it could have been a whole lot worse. Baez to Pena. Strike one.
You bring Pedro Baez in with bases loaded, no out, and you say, will you take one run only coming in? And you go, for sure. Now, you might get out of this with only one run, but you're not going to like how the one run got in. But you sure would take it.
Martinez knocked it around with a base hit after Carpenter started the inning with a double. That was all against Alex Wood. Chagua faced one batter. Baez has faced three, now four. Just misses with a heater. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and two.
Well, you see him mix his pitches to some hitters. You see him go to the top of the strike zone with others. And right here, it looks like they're saying, you can't catch up to my fastball. We're coming right after you.
Against a guy who's hardly seen live pitching over the last month. You wouldn't blame him. Set in the 1-2 pitch. 98 that time.
You'd love to work the edges of the strike zone with a 1-2 count. 4 fastballs he's thrown, but you really don't want to get to a count that's 2-2 or 3-2. Especially when you've been pitching with your back against the wall and really not performing. You'd like to have this 1-2 net under you as you execute this pitch.
Here it comes. Struck him out looking. Pedro Baez able to limit the damage. They give up just 2 in the frame. Could have been a whole lot worse. Halfway home, 3-0.
The box score brought to you by Kona Brewing Company. The 3 outs to get out of the inning to limit the damage to only 2 runs. One was forced across by Pedro Baez walk, but this Bellinger catching of the pop-up felt like it was going to rescue the inning, and then Pedro found his range with the fastball. Couple of strikeouts, that one looking to finish the inning.
3-0 our score to the bottom of the 5th inning. Top of the Dodge order coming up. And for Austin Gomber, 38 minutes between pitches.
It's a split doubleheader for him.
Rubber arm. Misses badly with his first one. At Austin Gomber's first start in the major leagues, he carried a no-hitter into the 7th inning in Cincinnati. He had made relief appearances, but his first start. This is here 2-0. While he's warming up for the 7th, fire alarms start blaring throughout Great American Ballpark, and the game is delayed 7.5 minutes. 3-0 on Dozier. First hitter up, Joey Votto, breaks up the no-hitter. After he throws his warm-up pitches, then stands there with the fire alarms going off for 7.5 minutes. Conspiracy theorists like yourself, I know where your mind's going, Hershiser.
I'm already there.
3-0. Leadoff walk on 4 pitches after the 38-minute break.
You never know how that home clubby turned on those alarms. I'll tell you what, with that story, 38 minutes, he might lose his release point again. And what the Dodgers are going to have to fight through is wanting to get it done all in one at bat and not passing the baton and taking some of these walks.
It's 4 of them total tonight. Like we talked about, though, the question's not been can they get him on. It's what do they do once they do get him on. They're 1 for 9 tonight with men on base. Turner's reached both times. Extended his hitting streak with a single in the first. Then walked in the third.
Justin's hot. Manny Machado's been swinging the bat well. Cody Bellinger is on fire. Matt Kemp looks like he's coming around, and that's where we are in the Dodger order.
Strike 1. Bottom of the zone, strike 2 on Turner. Breaking ball, slap foul.
When you get to 2 strikes, you're probably going to get a breaking ball. He's probably going to show the fastball. Between the 2 breaking balls, the curveball and the slider, we went over it earlier, but both of those are his best out pitches. Curveball under 200, the league is hitting against, and slider right around 200. Fastball up right here.
Got a lot of the plate with that.
That was a huge mistake. Our pal Nomar will talk about when you don't get a hit, it's not always the pitch that you make out on, it's the pitch in the at-bat that you foul back that you know you should have crushed.
Dozier with the leadoff walk. He's at first as Gomber brings Turner another 0-2, and Justin drives the ball to right center field that peels its way into the gut. Turner's got a double. Dozier stops at third, and the Dodgers in business in the 5th.
Down by 3. The heart of your order coming up, and a couple of guys getting the job done. Justin Turner with this ball in the right center gap. Dozier doesn't break right away. You're down by 3. You don't want to do something stupid on the base pass to eliminate big inning. And so he makes it the second is Turner, and Dozier makes it the third. No reason to push the envelope right now.
And you know the reputation that Harrison Bader has precedes him. He's already earned a reputation as being maybe the best defensive center fielder in the National League right now, with incredible range. 2 on, nobody out. Manny Machado, the batter. First pitch, breaking ball, banged into center, base hit. Dodgers on the board. Still nobody out as Machado brings home Dozier, and it's 3-1.
Take a look at the Volkswagen replay, and boy, is it a nice highlight. First pitch breaking ball slightly up just to get over strike, but Manny lays into it perfectly. Station to station, good enough in a 3-1 game in the middle of it.
First and third, nobody out. Cody Bellinger coming up as Mike Maddox goes out to talk with Gomber, and the bullpen starts to move. Luke Weaver, who is moving from the starting rotation to further help that bullpen. Dakota Hudson also loosening.
5th start for the rookie. He's had a 11-inning scoreless streak as he came into this game, and that just got broken there with that RBI. Made its way up to 15 innings before he gave up that run, so he hadn't been in a jam where he's actually given up damage in a while.
Walk, double, single to open the inning after the nearly 40-minute break for Gomber. No fire alarms involved, but long enough time where he's not looked quite the same. His first pitch to Cody Bellinger comes after a toss over. Cody still looking to extend that career best 12-game hitting streak. Can't lay off. First pitch breaking ball. It's 0-1. Turner at third. Machado at first. Gomber to Bellinger, who strokes one to left. Ozuna's there. Turner tags. Here he comes. Ozuna guns for the plate. Not in time, and a 1-run game. Machado advances into scoring position. Bellinger with an RBI sac fly.
Great preparation right here by Chris Woodward, the third base coach. Justin Turner. Chris was in his ear as the ball was flying out there to Ozuna, and Manny Machado remembering and recognizing the situation, reading the throw and moving up to second. That was well executed sacrifice fly.
And a 2-out chance for Kemp to tie this game. Well, it didn't take long for the importance of Pedro Baez's work to show up. How important it was to keep it as tight as it was. And a chance to get out of hand in the top of this inning. Gomber to Kemp. Ball 1. That's 1 for 2 tonight. Slowly coming out of that long slump. 3 for 54. Before this current 5-game hitting streak. The 1-0. Kemp dribbles it foul, strike 1.
You know, the game comes so easy for Manny Machado, and one of the ways you know he's really working is not by his facial expressions or the way he goes about his business, is how he moved up on that fly ball to left field. That he's locked in. It might look easy for him, but he's concentrating. He's on top of the details.
Here's a 1-1. Another foul ball. 1-2. Bullpen's ready to go for St. Louis. And the Dodgers get to it here in the 5th, perhaps with another hit. One, two. Ball 2.
Matt's looking for an RBI, not a shave.
The beard's too clean. Two pitch. Got him swinging, and the inning is over. But the Dodgers get their first 2 runs of the night. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what, that 38-minute inning, it got us all.
Got us both. Austin and I. Jeez. Get the bullpen going for me, too.
No, we're okay.
Hernandez with
we're
2
good.
out.
I think we're going to hang with you.
Appreciate you sticking with me. Ball 1. That I'm sure of. PK's 0 for 1. He grounded out and walked. Curves in for a strike, 1-1.
Gomber showing some poison this inning. He could have melted down. Young man's only on his 5th start of the year. Debuted in June. Spent some time in the bullpen, but trying to become a fixture in the St. Louis rotation. You always want to have the great games, the sensational games as a starter, and throw a shutout or get your team to the 7th with a chance to win. But to do that, you have to learn to battle out of jams. Trying to get the Cardinals in the dugout with a lead still.
On a 2-1 pitch, Hernandez pokes it down the line. Foul. A couple times he's flirted with that right field foul pole.
Now, you were going over his effort level and how he's trying to slow things down, and nothing better than showing that you have enough power with that kind of thinking than to hit one right down the right field line as a right-handed hitter and just keep it fair.
Machado at second. 2 gone, 5th inning. Gomber home with a 2-2. Hernandez fouls it again.
Kike being late on the fastball, it doesn't tell me that he's not quick enough to catch up to my fastball. It tells me that he might be sitting on a breaking ball for a strike or low and in. If they go breaking ball for a strike, I think he might kill it.
Breaking ball, but it was down, and he did well to just stay alive.
Yeah, there's 2 thoughts there. You know, you give them what they're looking for, but put it in a tough place to hit. So you get the action of the bat because you've given them what they're looking for, but you put it in a tough place, you get the swing and miss, you get the weakly hit ball. So it comes down to execution. To the point now where they're going to talk about it. This is pretty much, okay, if I call fastball and it's away, I want it kind of up and away. I'm looking for that same foul ball or a swing through. But if I call breaking ball, you got to give me a good one, because I think he's looking for your breaking ball, and that's fine. But let's just try and bounce it.
Another 2-2 from Gomber. Hernandez gets a fastball, ground ball, diving stop to Young from his knees in time. Ball to Young with a heck of a play to keep this a one-run game.
Across the plate, you can see he spins his tires getting out of the box. He's got enough speed to beat this out, but when he went to swing at the ball, the back foot gave way. He didn't get out of the box. That gave the Cardinals and DeYoung enough time to get him. That was a sensational play that once he gloved it, I didn't think he was going to get him until I remembered Kike had some trouble with the batter's box.
This is something that the Cardinals have improved at greatly as their season has turned around. Defense was an issue early, but in a lot of ways turning into a strength. Bader in center now, Wong in his Gold Glove caliber defense at second, and of course it all starts behind the plate with Molina. Greg Garcia pinch hitting to open the sixth and taking strike one from Pedro Baez. So the night officially ends for Gomber as Garcia hits. Change up 0-2. What'd you think of Gomber?
I can see why they're so excited. I think the breaking stuff is going to get better, and what that tells me is the league's already hitting around 200 or slightly under on the curveball. And I think it's going to get better. I think the release, I think it's going to get stronger.
Good looking stuff from Baez. Back-to-back change-ups for the first out of the six.
And he's got some room in that frame to put some weight on and some strength, and that's going to be something that's going to stabilize him, and I think it'll give him better fastball command. And that was the thing that really people have picked on when all of a sudden he's had some rough innings, is the walks and the fastball command up in the strike zone where he's gotten hit.
Carpenter with one out. Much has been made about Matt Carpenter's homemade salsa. Strike one. Baez sticking with that changeup. There was a 6-game stretch coming out of the All-Star break where Matt Carpenter hit 8 home runs, and he gave credit to the salsa that he's making in his homemade or in his home garden. He had brought that salsa with him on the road for the first time. Was putting it on everything and hitting everything out of the park. Muscles this one, but right in there is Dozier. 2 gone. He's got a garden that Adam Wainwright planted in his backyard with tomatoes and strawberries, zucchini. Wainwright had promised him this spring that he'd teach him how to garden, and it's turned into, for Carpenter, kind of an escape and an outlet from the daily grind. And it's kind of become their, if it can be, if salsa can be a mascot, it's kind of become the team mascot. You'll see the guys when they get on base pretending to eat, you know, they're eating the salsa, it's Maeda worms. They say it's a much needed outlet for a guy who's notoriously hard on himself in Carpenter. Martinez with 2 away in a 3-2 game in the 6th. Takes ball 1.
Strong-minded, tough guys that move to like childlike beliefs to escape.
Two and he actually just purchased a ranch outside Fort Worth, which is where he's from, and his family spends the off seasons there now. They get a bunch of space. His dad grew up with some farming background, and so got it in his blood a little bit. He's really enjoyed the gardening that he started doing this year. How can you not when your offense is coming from the salsa the garden's producing? 2-1.
We're going to start selling it at Little League concession stands. All the youngsters are probably going to want some salsa.
Yeah, they got a couple T-shirts.
Who knew that Matt Carpenter would become the salsa man?
I know. Baez to Martinez with a 2-1. That's low for ball 3. Pedro entered a bases loaded situation in the 5th inning, walked in a run, but then went 1-2-3. He's retired the first 2 here in the 6th. That's a fair ball. And a 1-2-3 6th for Pedro Baez. The Cardinals 3, the Dodgers 2 to the bottom of the 6th.
Game mini plan. If the Dodgers win all 3 games you pick, you'll win tickets to Fan Appreciation Day, be recognized on the field, and get a specially designed Good Luck Charm t-shirt. Visit Dodgers.com/mini plans.
Into the Cardinals bullpen. Dakota Hudson, who's been one of the key pieces in this Pens turnaround. They're one of the worst bullpens in the National League during the first half, but here in August, they've been #1 in all of baseball in a couple categories.
You see his stats, and those are all since his call-up. So this young man has really done a number for this Cardinal bullpen, right in the middle of this whole turnaround of their season with a new manager.
Bottom of the Dodger order, Taylor, Barnes in the pitcher's spot. It's actually going to be Grandal to bat for Barnes. The right-hander now on the mound. Cardinals getting 1 in the first and 2 in the 5th, and the Dodgers getting their first 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning against Gomber. Maeda continues to loosen. Hudson's first pitch, 96, cut on and miss. Chris tonight is 0 for 2, but has hit it hard both times. Strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes, 3 consecutive fastballs from Hudson.
Different characteristics, though. That one had some sink to it. Looks like he can elevate, straighten it out a little bit.
It's in on Taylor with this one. Continues to change the shapes of it.
Yeah, fastball is not just one pitch. Of course, you've got the 4 quadrants you can go. And you've got different ways you can make it move. You'll hear about the 4-seam, which goes a little straighter. You'll hear about the 2-seam, which has a little bit more tailing action. And then some of the guys on their release point with their 2-seamer can actually make the ball sink. You get so far through it and spin it in a direction that it makes it go down.
Here it comes with another 1-2. And breaks off his slider to get Taylor. 1 gone.
And that pitch goes the opposite of those fastballs. That's pretty nasty right there.
It's a pitch that he didn't learn until earlier this year, and largely responsible for his rapid climb. As Grandal comes up to hit a 1-run game. Hudson was a starter in the minors and in fact started the AAA All-Star game. They made an appearance in the Futures game. But when the Cardinals decided to overhaul the bullpen and cut ties with a few veterans that weren't performing, they asked Hudson to come up and contribute there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and 1.
Completely different body shape and size, but the stuff between that slider and that fastball is a little bit like Walker Buehler. Really live arm, specifically with those 2 pitches.
Two and 2.
The 91-mile-an-hour pitch right there looked more like a slider than maybe that 86. And the breaking ball to Taylor was more his curveball.
Tails it in at 98, 2 out.
Do not try and hit that at home. That is an unbelievable pitch. That thing moved like a left-handed breaking ball.
Jock Peterson to pinch hit.
98 miles an hour. Looks like it's going to hit you in the elbow. You shut your swing down, and then it curls all the way back over the plate.
So he's got 2 Ks to open the inning, and now Peterson, who is kind of a casualty of the Dodgers seeing so much left-handed pitching lately. 0 for his last 18. Looking for his first hit in 11 days. He takes ball 1. Granted, because of the run of left-handed starters, he's only made 4 starts over those couple weeks. Full body of work, though. This has been Jock's best season. On a 1-0 from Hudson, he takes it a little bit high, ball 2.
The experts are charting that breaking ball that we're seeing at about 91, 92 as a cutter. One down there about 86 was a slider is how they're charting it. And of course, it's easy to take the other pitch and call it a fastball. That's 97, 98. That's an easy one to chart.
Do the experts have keyboards and software, and are they computers, Oral?
I've never met them.
I think they're computers.
Okay.
2-0. Ball 3.
So you think the charting is getting done by computers now?
Well, I think that a lot of, when you're looking at breaking pitches down as far as character, how they're characterized based on the break.
Yep.
A lot of that comes from the same technology that gives us
The horizontal and vertical
and
measurements.
Yep.
Computer doesn't care what the pitcher calls it or what the catcher's sign looks like.
Big rip on 3-0, 3-1.
That is some kind of cutter. I mean, that is late. It is hard. It is sharp. Wow.
And a 1-run game in the 6th. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jock Peterson as Hudson comes set. Here it is. He's walked him. And here's Dozier.
Second baseman number 6, Brian Dozier.
Top of the order is the part of the order that's done the damage for the Dodgers tonight. 1 through 3 hitters have reached 7 of their 9 trips up there. Rest of the order 1 for 14. Ball 1. One ball, 1 strike.
Interesting if that spray chart will be to form with the velocity that's on the mound. Which you can see a lot of balls to the pull side.
Brian Dozier, one of the highest pull percentages you'll find. He's got Peterson at first, 2 out, and a 1-run game in the 6th. He waits on this 1-2. Right up the middle, and perfectly positioned was Colton Wong to take it to the bag and finish the Dodgers in the 6th. Austin Barnes, and on for his second relief appearance is Kenta Maeda, at least second since moving to the bullpen most recently.
A lot of times you move a starter to the bullpen, he's going to be more your long man, but Kenta has proven in these situations, especially the playoffs and World Series, what he can do in high leverage situations. So Dave Roberts really trusting him with an inning or two here to help get the Dodgers back on top. Shut them down for a couple innings and hope the offense can come through.
Kenta's first appearance out of the bullpen in this most recent stint down there. He took the loss against San Francisco, allowing a run on 3 hits. And here he'll face the heart of the lineup, the young Ozuna and Wisdom. Good stuff from Pedro Baez tonight. 2+ innings, or 2 innings. Handful of strikeouts. First one from Maeda is inside to DeYoung.
Pedro recovered nicely from not being able to get the signs and pull the trigger on a certain pitch to walking the guy in, but then getting out of the jam after that.
Good slider, 1-1. Got a couple pitches that can be serious weapons in short spurts, and that slider and his changeup.
The new and improved changeup really has some action. It's definitely a swing and miss pitch.
Fastball, 1-2.
Shaking his head because he missed his location and grading himself on execution, not results.
Got him. So we saw the slider earlier. Now we see the change to finish DeYoung.
His changeup, when right, acts like a split finger fastball. Looks like it's going to hang right by the knees, and then you just see that late action.
One out in the 7th and a one-run game as Ozuna comes up. The hit and a walk tonight. Cardinals trading for Ozuna this offseason, sending 4 minor leaguers to the Marlins. Guy in his 6th major league season takes ball 1. The Cardinals initially had a deal in place for Giancarlo Stanton. But Stanton blocked that deal, so they turned their focus to Ozuna. This has been a roller coaster of a year for him. Which was kind of the story for him in Miami. He'd go through these spurts where he'd be as good as anybody, but then ice cold stretches as well. On this 1-1 pitch, swings and misses at a slider 1-2. And no different this year. There was a stretch in late May into early June where he was the #1 hitter in the National League by just about any measure. Then cooled off considerably. Just gotten it going lately. On a 1-2. Jams it foul. Now it's a lot to look at, but good stretches in yellow, bad stretches in white. It's like 2 different players. One of the good stretches right now. Above 300 over the last month or so. And many of these Cardinals are. So they've gone 14-4 in August. Two and two.
Yasmani checking the equipment. Making sure that if the ball hits his glove, it's got a chance to stay in there, making sure they were all tied down. It's been a very odd rhythm to this game.
Yeah.
The bases loaded, no outs. The Dodgers didn't get any runs in the first. So the battle to get through and only give up a couple when the bases loaded for the Cardinals. JT Chargois having to leave with a possible injury, and Pedro getting to warm up as long as he wanted.
7th pitch to Ozuna is a slider to get him, 2 out.
Chargois to Ozuna. They were trying to get him to bite on those sliders away. They couldn't finish him off, but Kenta Maeda executed one there, and Ozuna went out to the far reaches of the outside part of the plate to try and get that one, but Maeda won the battle.
Patrick Wisdom with 2 gone. Pops the first pitch up into shallow center field, and Kenta Maeda with a 1-2-3 7th. We stretch in a 3-2 game. Time now for Bill for Baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Justin Turner doing it again. Yesterday had a 4-hit game. He also walked. When you go back to Saturday night, Turner's now been on base 9 of his last 10 plate appearances. Tonight he's got a single, a walk, and a double. And he's ready to lead off this 7th in a 1-run game.
The adjustments he made with his swing of opening up his stance. You got to get closed to stay closed, and then you can take it too far and kind of over close, so now you're blocked off and so you have to spin off early. So he's got that perfect balance now of how open he wants his hips, how far he wants to close them, and then launch them.
Tied up by a fastball, but he checks his swing, and it's 1-0. That was one off, actually. He's been on base 10 of his last 11 plate appearances. Including all 3 in this one. On a 1-0. It's at foul, 1-1. Machado and Bellinger to follow. Dodgers haven't led in this game. Cardinals took the lead in the first on a Martinez homer. Added 2 in the 5th. Dodgers got their 2 in the bottom of the 5th. 1-2. We've gotten an update on JT Chagua, by the way. The injury, neck discomfort, which you hope that it's not a bad thing, but it's better than what it had looked like with him wiggling that hand and shaking the arm out. Justin Turner leading off the 7th. Chopping one to short. DeYoung, 1 out.
Shortstop, number 8, Manny Machado.
Now Machado started the scoring for the Dodgers with an RBI single in the 5th.
He's been very good when he's attacked the first pitch. First pitch swinging 4 for his last 5 with a home run. That kind of feeling and result, he might be in the mood to ambush here.
Instead, he takes a strike.
Taking a look at a guy he's never seen before.
Dakota Hudson, Cardinals rookie. Other than 2.
You know, the perfect plan is the offense comes back, gets 2 runs. Kenta Maeda goes 2 scoreless innings, and they hand the ball to Kenley Jansen in the 9th. Welcome back, Kenley. And that would be the ultimate for Dave Roberts.
Try to tail it back in there, but it misses. 1-2. You like the look of Dakota Hudson, huh?
I sure do. Not only the arm strength and how lively it is, but just the concentration, the breathing.
Grounded to third. Wisdom throws him out, 2 away.
He just looks like he's carrying himself out there like he's been there for a long time, and it hasn't been long at all.
2 gone for Bellinger. Brought home a run his last time with a sac fly, but is still looking to extend that hitting streak. Career best 12 right now. That home run on Saturday night told Alana Rizzo the farthest that he thinks he's ever hit one. Even though it was only officially measured at 436. He said, if that's only 436, then 436 is my limit on how far I can hit a ball. Chopper along first and foul. felt short, 436, and then the next day Hernandez homered and hit it well, but it wasn't like Bellinger's, and it was 425. It was within 10 feet of it.
Wow.
So
maybe his was 526.
maybe that's it.
They got it off by 100.
Ball on a strike. Maybe he broke StatCast. He hit it so hard. One of his 20 this season after his 39 as a rookie. Representing the tying run here in the 7th. And on a 1-1 pitch from Hudson, it takes ball 2. Three and 1. He's just so much more calm looking at the plate than he was earlier this year. Playing with a lot of confidence right now. On a 3-1 pitch, Cody Bellinger takes ball 4.
Right fielder number 27, Manfred.
Hardest thrower in baseball right there, Jordan Hicks. Kemp with 2 out.
Mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the Yasiel Puig leads the Dodgers in stolen bases with 11. Cody Bellinger has 10. And Cody's got the wheels that even if you know he's going to be hard to throw out. Yadier Molina, usually behind the plate for the Cardinals, has thrown out 29% of would-be base stealers. Pena behind the plate has not thrown out a man this year.
The Dodgers have been running wild this month, leading baseball in steals in August. Kemp lifts his hands on ball 1.
You say, well, why aren't they running right away if he hadn't thrown out a man? Well, it's just 0 for 10, so there are some odds in there where he probably could throw somebody out. Dave Roberts has been more aggressive here in August, of playing a little bit more small ball with stolen base.
2-0. Davis said part of it is that your fastest runner and Cody Bellinger's been on base more, so just more opportunities. Adding a guy like Dozier, who's got some stolen base ability, and then similar to a lineup getting hot around each other, there's a contagious element to it.
Dozier only had 8 bags in Minnesota, but got 3 already as a Dodger, so a little bit of philosophy change, I'm sure, too.
2-0 pitch, high on Kemp, ball 3.
Maddox seeing if he's ready in the bullpen. They're not using the Dodger phones. Conspiracy theory.
They must be. He's missed with 7 pitches in a row. Here on a 3-0, Kemp has a green light and fouls it off, 3-1. You got the walkie-talkies going, huh?
Yeah. A lot of times clubs have those as their backup plan in case something goes wrong with the phone, but the door is closed on the telephone. Walkie-talkie on top is in use.
Back-to-back walks, first and second for the Dodgers. And with a right-handed pitcher, Dave Roberts has sent Max Muncy into the on-deck circle. Not been officially announced just yet.
A right-hander on the mound, right-hander warming up. Dave has pointed him into the game.
So they officially announce Muncy, and then Schilt comes out of the dugout. He's going to take Hudson out of the game. And Muncy will get a look at the hard-throwing Jordan Hicks. It's a double switch, and Jerko on as well. Give her the rest of the details after this. It's brought to you by White Boy Rick, based on a true story, only in theaters September 14. And by Panda Express, celebrating its 35th anniversary this year. So Jed Jerko's into the game to play third. You can pencil him into the pitcher's spot, due up fourth in the 8th inning. Jordan Hicks, half of his pitches reached triple digits.
Average fastball above 100 miles an hour. To give you a comparison, Aroldis Chapman has thrown 175 pitches this year over 100 miles an hour, 100 or above. This young man has thrown 450 pitches
Not
at
even
100
close.
miles an hour or above.
So Max Muncy, 2 on, 2 out, and a 1-run game in the 7th. .102, but at the toes, ball 1. Muncy's hit 4 home runs in his last 9 games, including that stunning home run off Edwin Diaz to tie the game in the 9th inning Saturday night. On a 1-0 from Hicks. He takes 102, but up.
7 of the hardest 10 pitches in the big leagues have been thrown by this young man this year. All 7, 104 and above.
Yeah, he touched 105 earlier this year to strike out Odubel Herrera of the Phillies. Bellinger at second, Kemp at first, and a 2-0 pitch to Muncy, who fouls it off.
He was on that.
There's a changeup at 101.
Took a little off, but trying to throw a strike and did. Max Muncy, he is all over that pitch. Max's power and the power of the pitch, that ball goes a long way. You square it up.
Team leading 28 home runs this season for Muncy. Here's the 2-1. Fouled again. 2-2. Dodgers setting the table here with back-to-back 2-out walks to chase Dakota Hudson. Hicks is on for Muncy. Missed with his first 2, then a couple foul balls, and so a 2-2 coming here. He's worked it full.
How fast is your brain with 2 strikes and 2 outs to be able to take a 101-mile-an-hour fastball for a ball? Amazing talent to be able to see that and react to it.
Pretty calmly, too. Muncy seems to be seeing Hicks all right. Runners will get a head start. There they go. Here it comes. Muncy with a base hit to left field against 103. Tie game.
You got to have a good eye to get to a pitch that you can hit. Take a look at the Arco top tier play. That take right there, borderline strike low, got into this pitch, borderline away. Just gives himself a chance and a nice solid hit. That was not a bleeder. That was a nice line drive, and I'll tell you what, he's got some adrenaline and some goosebumps over there at first base.
So the Dodgers have battled back to even the issue in the 7th. First and third, 2 out, Chris Taylor. Ball 1. Last 2 at-bats for Max Muncy. A game-tying home run against Edwin Diaz, who's putting together one of the greatest seasons a closer ever has. And a pinch hit, opposite field, game-tying single against the hardest thrower in baseball. Now Hicks to Taylor with a 1-0 pitch. Got it in his hands with 1-0-2, 1-1.
Can you blame him?
No.
Wow. It's impressive, but what's even more impressive is to know that the big league hitters can time a bullet. They really can. It still comes down to locating it and changing speeds.
And he pulls the slider on a 1-2. As Aroldis Chapman has shown, relatively speaking, some chinks in the armor this year. There's been some discussion that it's just not as effective because he's not as unique anymore. Not as rare as seeing somebody throw 100. The 1-2 taken low. Muncy takes off, Attempts to get caught in a rundown, but Pena not pulling the trigger. It's second and third now. Two. Slider again. This time Taylor saw it out of the hand. Full count. Go-ahead run 90 feet away. A 3-2 to Chris Taylor. Ball 4 to load the bases.
Dodgers have done a very nice job here with 2 outs of taking their walks and trusting the next hitter.
3 walks in this inning alone. 8 of them tonight for the Dodgers. And Mike Maddox coming out for a conversation with Hicks.
Now batting, catcher number 9, Yasmani Grandal.
Mike Maddox probably saying something like, "Look, kid, I barely broke 90 miles an hour and I trusted my stuff. You can trust your 102."
And not the first time that they've had that conversation. As you might expect, when it's that hard and there's been runs allowed, he's not always been perfect with the location on it. Well, Grandal came up and pinch hit for Barnes in the 6th inning and took strike 3 called against Hudson. Here he is with the bases loaded in the 7th. The Dodgers have already tied it after trailing this game 3-0. Now with a chance for the lead. Strike 1.
Hicks comes set in a very statuesque position. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Kemp tries to make him flinch.
Tailing in there 1-0-2 that time, 0-2.
Right-handed pitcher staring right at you when you're on third. Pressure situation, already given up a run. Now you probably want to let Yasmani Grandal concentrate with the 0-2 count. You want to do stuff like that with your left-handed hitter early in the count.
Ball 1.
Full concentration needed behind the plate with Pena. You don't center up that 102-mile-an-hour fastball in your glove, it could kick away in a heartbeat.
Hicks lets the 1-2 fly and gets him swinging with a slider. But the Dodgers have tied it. It's Max Muncy with a pinch hit base hit against a 103-mile-per-hour fastball. And in a game that they trailed 3-0 onto the 8th, tied at 3. Dodgers have battled back to tie the game at 3. Before the 8th inning, we check into the studio for a preview of Access Sportsnet Dodgers.
All right, thanks, Joe. So you're sitting on the bench for about 3 hours. You're asked to come in and face a guy throwing 103 miles an hour. Max Muncy ties it up. Jay Hare?
As the Beastie Boys would say, Max Muncy, that funky Muncy.
These two guys will break it down after the game. Alana has a reaction from the clubhouse. Hopefully we're talking about a win.
Nomar was trying to hold a straight face when Jay Hare went there. He had no response.
Muncy stays in the game and plays first. Bellinger moves to center. Maeda stays on to pitch. Bader, Wong, and Pena coming up. You go back to that 5th inning, Oral. They got 2 runs, the Cardinals did. But they already had 2 runs, and they had the bases loaded with nobody out. Pedro Baez was able to get out of it with no more damage done. Nothing since, and meanwhile, the Dodger offense has played at 3 to tie it.
Both offenses have that bases loaded, no out situation, not scoring any more to look at. The Dodgers had it in the first. The Cardinals let theirs be squandered. And now you got a tie game. Battle of the bullpens.
It's a battle the Dodgers are much more well equipped to win today with Kenley Jansen's return. The rookie Bader to lead things off. "24 years old, out of the Bronx originally. His dad, named Lewis, is the one who taught him the game. And it just so happened that Lewis was with Harrison in Memphis when he got the call that he was headed to the majors last year. So they got to hop in the car together and ride from Memphis up to St. Louis. 12 hours later, Bader was in the game, scored the winning run in the 9th inning. What a day.
What an experience. What a memory.
He waits on a 1-1 from Maeda. Swings and misses at a sharp slider. His dad started pitching and batting practice when he was about 5 years old. He got to rehash some of those memories, reminisce, and everything they had done to get to that point. Just by happenstance, though, that Dad was in town when that call finally came. His mom and his sister were able to get the news soon enough where they could get on a plane in New York, make it to St. Louis in time to watch him score the winning run that night. It was last July. Was not very good offensively in his first opportunity in the majors, but it's been tremendous this year, especially lately. Bader hitting close to 350 this month. Leading off the 8th inning, and he's worked it to 2-2 against Maeda. Slider gets him 1 out.
Ever since Kenta has been a Dodger, he's had this disappearing slider. 86 miles an hour. It is one of the firmer ones that he will throw. We'll take it down to about 81 to 83 miles an hour, make it a little bigger. That one acting more like a cutter.
Here's Wong. Part of that bases loaded chance for the Cardinals in the 5th. Wong popped out in foul ground. And since the bases loaded walk to Patrick Wisdom issued by Baez, the Cardinals have gone 0 for 10 with 6 Ks. This is starting to look like a pretty good run here for the bullpen. giving up just 1 earned run over the last 12 plus. Fastball away, 2-0. That's in for a strike, 2-1.
Took a little off that slider at 83. Took about 4 signs to get to it.
Look out. So everybody got out of the way of that one, just beyond the extended netting. Two and two on Colton Wong. Fastball to the corner to get him.
This fastball accuracy has not been that great in this outing, but right there it was absolutely perfect. He's really relied more on the slider and the off-speed stuff to get his strikes.
He's struck out 4 of the 5 hitters that he's faced, and here's Francisco Pena. Pena swings away, and it's foul. Well, again, Diamondbacks and Rockies off tonight. So there will be some kind of movement in the standings. Dodgers trailing the Diamondbacks by 2, trailing the Rockies by 1.5 games. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for that 4-game series next weekend with the Diamondbacks coming in.
We get to see what the difference is in games. But it's going to be fun. I already feel the tension the way it is right now, not playing Colorado or Arizona. I can't imagine when you're staring at them across the field. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Maeda rocks and deals 1-1. Pena swings and misses, 1-2. No swing, ball 2. Francisco, the son of the longtime big leaguer Tony Pena. Two-two pitch. Towering pop-up down the left field line. Machado seems to have it spotted. That's the inning. Kenta Maeda, good work. Another 1-2-3 inning to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 3. tied it. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It has remained tied with the work of Kenta Maeda out of the bullpen. 2 perfect innings, 4 strikeouts.
And the 4 Ks, 2 on sliders, 1 on a changeup, 1 on a fastball right there. And I'll tell you what, he was locked in, especially with the slider. Barely showed him the changeup other than the strikeout. And then just enough fastball accuracy at the end as Yasiel Puig comes up to try and change this game.
In the pitcher's spot, with the lightning bolt thrower still out there, Jordan Hicks. And look who's warming up. The big fella, Kenley Jansen. What a different mood, a different tone the games take on when you know that you have him looming at the back end. Ball 1 from Hicks. Ball 2. When you're able to come to the park each day, Oral, knowing that you have a closer who, if you get the ball 2 with the lead, the game's probably over. Got to imagine that's a huge psychological thing over the course of a long grind of a season for a clubhouse to be able to lean on. Ball 3 on Puig.
It's something you definitely don't take for granted. One of the biggest disappointments is going into the 9th and losing a game that you should have won. So the closer, when he gets his job done consistently, it's just momentum for the whole club.
Here comes a 3-0. Strike 3 and 1.
When Yasiel Puig leads off an inning, he has the 3rd best on-base percentage in Major League Baseball, .458. He's working his way to improving that right here.
And a hitter's count on a 3-1. He bounces it gently left side. See what kind of fastball Hicks has from flat ground. Not an accurate one. Leadoff man aboard in the 8th.
I think Yasiel will get a hit on this one. Throws a little off, but it is not ordinary effort that it takes to get him.
You're right, base hit. Regardless of the ruling, Puig is aboard to start the inning, and the top of the order's coming up. They have been money tonight. Brian Dozier, a hit and a walk. Then Turner, who's reached 3 times. Then Machado, who's reached twice. Dozier looks at a strike. There have only been 2 stolen base attempts against Jordan Hicks this season, both of them successful. Quickly 0-2. Spikes that one. A ball and 2 strikes on Dozier. Dodgers trying to get their 4th win out of their last 5 games, trying to get back to 10 games above 500. Coming down the stretch in this regular season. The 1-2. Dozier takes it in the dirt, ball 2. Hicks is ready. A long pause and a toss over.
Puig's the Dodgers stolen base leader at 11. Hicks on the mound. 2 successful attempts against him, so base runners are 2 for 2 when he's on the mound. The catcher Pena, he's 0 for 10 at throwing out would-be base stealers. That's a pretty good equation for Yasiel. Dave Roberts decided to pull the trigger on that.
Wandering off to a good lead. Not running. Dozier grounds it foul. Getting pretty jumpy over there, isn't he?
He's starting to get a good read. We've been watching him and analyzing him. I'm not sure Dave will do it with no outs, but after you do it with 1 out, too, if you do, you might have a chance of starting to lose a hitter. You might lose Turner. You might lose Machado. Because all of a sudden they intentionally walk one of them to set up a double play.
Tie game, 8th inning. 2-2. Dozier down on strikes. Hicks executes the slider for the first out.
Dozier foul tipped it and Pena held on. Well executed pitch. Looks like a strike a long time. Dozier looks back like I touched it. Did he catch it in the air? And he does.
Heck of a job. So 1 on 1 out for Turner. 2 hits and a walk tonight. Improving on his major league best numbers in August. Both batting average and on base percentage, #1 in baseball. Dodgers are the major league best, 24 steals this month. At least half of those, Dave Roberts says, guys going on their own, reading the pitcher. Turner drives it foul and it's 0-1.
You got a base steal at first. There's a few more pitches that end up being mistakes because of a little bit of divided attention and also trying to have a little quicker delivery. And when you go for the quicker delivery, your arm doesn't have as much time to come around, so you usually then leave the ball up with that mistake.
Strike 2. That one gets away, and Puig's into scoring position, and then some. The go-ahead run is 90 feet away, importantly, with just 1 out.
catcher's natural reaction to when the ball's in the dirt is to start looking around in the dirt. Pena does look up slightly, but has no idea because it went straight up. Justin Turner, great job being the home plate base coach, waving him around.
How about that? And a man at third, such a different scenario than a man at second with less than 2 out, as the Dodgers have here.
Well, you don't even think about setting up the double play if you're the Cardinals, because you got 2 strikes on Justin Turner. You're going to go for the strikeout right here, and you might go for it in a place where you don't care if you walk him, so you might not even give Turner a strike here and see if he wants to offer at things that are out of the strike zone. They're going to pinch the infield in.
It's 1-2 on Turner. Here comes Hicks. Ball 2. Really impressive. Some of the at-bats the Dodgers have had against this guy. Hardest thrower in baseball. Comes set for a 2-2. Turner pops it up, and that's going to reach the seats. We'll do it again.
It was a hanging breaking ball right there. In the back of Jordan Hicks's mind is the breaking ball he put in the dirt that got by his catcher for 2 bases for Yasiel Puig. If they call another breaking ball, does he have the guts and the ambition to trust Pena to block it with the game on the line?
Another 2-2. Nice pitch to get Turner. They'll throw down. Puig hangs on at third. He did trust it, and he made a good pitch.
And Pena has rescued him a couple of times. The Dozier foul tip that he was able to glove and keep off the ground, and now this one right here, strikeout that is dropped. Justin Turner realizes it. Pena throws him out.
Mike Schilt is going to go to the bullpen to grab somebody else to face Manny Machado with a go-ahead run at third. On comes Brett Cecil.
Padres Friday, August 24th. Stay after the game and take your place on the field to enjoy Friday night fireworks. Set the song selected by Dodger players, courtesy of Denny's. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
This is Brett Cecil, who's had a rough go of it this season. The left-handed pitcher is on technically for Machado, but they're going to put Machado on. Really, he's on for Cody Bellinger, who will bat with runners at the corners in a tie game and 2 out in the 8th. Cecil's 3rd game off of the disabled list, missed a few weeks with a foot injury. He's put up zeros in each of his first 2 games back. Puig at 3rd with 2 gone. Here comes Cecil to Bellinger. Strike 1 as Machado jogs into 2nd.
Left-handed batters are hitting .239 off of Cecil this year. Only 2 extra base hits, but Cody Bellinger does not need an extra base hit in this situation. Just a measly little single will move everybody out of their seats here at Dodger Stadium.
Strike 2. Just off of the inside, ball 1.
Fastball, curveball, cutter mainly to lefties.
Second and third, 2 out, 1-2 pitch. Bellinger flips it into center. Bader is there. That's the inning. Dodgers leave him at second and third. To the 9th we go, tied at 3. In 2 weeks, but doesn't it feel like it's been a whole lot longer?
It sure has. The big fella has been missed. A lot of 1-run games where he could have made a huge impact. The Dodgers went through a downward spiral as far as bullpen results without him, but now that he's back, they are very comfortable. We've had a pretty good day out of the pen today, and it is so good to see him. Last pitched August 7th versus the A's. Prior to going on the DL, 9 for 9 in save opportunities with a 1.38, so he was on a roll. Hopefully he can stay on it right here.
9-1-2. Jed Jerko entered the game in a double switch, and it'll be Carpenter and Martinez. New outfield, Kemp Taylor and Puig left to right. First one backs up a little bit, ball one. Kenley had just finished breakfast when the team had gotten into Denver. It had been really late at night, early in the morning a couple weeks ago. And his heart started racing, beating erratically. And he waited to see if it would pass. He'd experienced it before. That's a strike, 1-1. About 15 minutes went by, though. It didn't pass, so he got a hold of the training staff and soon was in an ambulance headed to the hospital to get his heart shocked back into rhythm. Jerko tomahawks one, left center field. Taylor to the wall. Gone. A rude greeting back from Jed Jerko to Kenley Jansen, giving the Cardinals the lead in the ninth.
It is not a terrible pitch, but it's an outstanding piece of hitting. This is 92-mile-an-hour cutter. I know where Yasmani's glove is, but that's a very hard pitch to hit out, to get on top of and drive it out of here. There's some kind of hitting.
Cardinals with their first run since the 5th inning. So 4-3 St. Louis, and Matt Carpenter takes ball one. Carpenter strokes one in the air to center. Taylor running out of room. Back-to-back home runs. The first two batters that Jansen faces off the DL. National League leading 34th for Carpenter. Cardinals 5, Dodgers 3.
Number 38, Jose Martinez.
This one is pretty much center cut, and Carpenter, who has been hitting home runs at what opponents think is an alarming rate, not his teammates.
Jose Martinez, ball one.
Kenley was able to play catch, have a few side works to stay in shape and get ready. But it's different getting back out there.
As he's quickly learning, coming back is one thing. Coming back and recapturing the form that he had found as the season rolled on, that's another for missing a couple weeks.
And now that they're down by 2, they will make sure his pitch count does not get out of control, that he's able to come back tomorrow. Caleb Ferguson has started to toss in the Dodger bullpen to protect Kenley's pitch count.
Quickly down there.
Yeah, I could see them trying to keep him under 15 pitches.
On a 2-1 pitch, Martinez takes ball 3. Full count. Looking ahead to the Dodger half of the 9th inning. Kemp, Muncy, and Taylor against former Dodger Bud Norris, who is the Cardinals' closer. Smash on the line to center. Taylor comes on to catch this one. Jansen not missing any barrels yet. One away.
Number 12, DeYoung.
And here's DeYoung.
With DeYoung coming up, it reminds me of how good the Cardinal defense has been tonight. A great play he made on Kike Hernandez. Some nice plays in center field. They have played solid defensively.
Strike one. Same time, same place tomorrow night. Hyun-Jin Ryu, who's so good in his first start back last week, gets it again against Daniel Ponce de Leon. A good matchup on Wednesday. Walker Buehler for the Dodgers and a Burbank native, Jack Flaherty, for the Cardinals. Jansen's 0-2 is high, ball one.
Every game for the rest of the year is going to be evaluated according to how many games are left. So this is like 1/37th of the rest of the Dodgers season now, down by 2. And they're down by 2. As far as being out of first place, it could move to 2.5 or 1.5.
Got him looking, 2 out.
This one with a couple home runs, it's good feeling to get your big fella back as a closer, have him out there on the mound and healthy. But it stings a little bit with those 2 runs now up on the board by the Cardinals.
Last time they were 2.5 back, which is what they would be if they can't get a couple runs in the bottom of the ninth to keep this thing going. July 1st.
And 2.5 here at the end of August is a lot bigger than 2.5 back then.
Jansen to Ozuna. An attack foul on 1. Hitting a walk tonight for Marcel.
I have a feeling this is Kenley's last batter. Just looking at the 16 pitches. Ferguson is ready. He's just standing and watching in the bullpen now.
Here's an 0-2, and Ozuna watches a slider miss. Ball one. Clearly been the plan for the Dodgers against Ozuna tonight. The slider's down and away.
For sure. It'll be interesting the rest of the series because you've exposed that that's where we're going in game 1. Went there an awful lot if they change it throughout the series.
Going up here to center, base hit.
Hitter number 41, Tyler O'Neill.
Dave's going to stick with him.
Tyler O'Neill out as a pinch hitter. And another rookie. Strike one. Oh, and 2. O'Neill, no swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jansen has thrown more pitches in this outing than in any other in the second half now. His 1-2 pitch. It's high to O'Neill, ball 2. Got him swinging. The Cardinals take the air out of the building. The anticipation and the buildup of Jansen's return spoiled by 2 home runs. Placing Jose Martinez, and Bud Norris, who spent some time with the Dodgers in 2016, has resurfaced as the closer for the Cardinals.
On the 17th against Milwaukee, got his 24th save. Has 3 saves with 4 outs or more, so they can extend him, but he only needs 3 outs here. And has 7 saves since the All-Star break, so he is the guy they are really relying on to finish off games.
One of the only veteran pieces they've stuck with is they've completely turned that bullpen over. In doing so, saved their season. Just about everything's gone better for the Cardinals over the last month or so, though. And they're hoping 3 outs away from being 15-4 this month, being 22-11 since Mike Schilt took over. For the Dodgers here in the 9th, Kemp, Muncy, Taylor. Kemp against Norris lifetime is 4 for 10. He's got a home run and a double. Laid on a fastball, 0-1. Ball and a strike.
Norris's stuff playing up a little bit out of the bullpen. Fastball, cutter, slider, mainly to right-handers.
Falls behind Kemp here. On a 2-1. Kemp can't lay off. 2-2.
A lot of the fans have headed home and probably listened to this on the radio. If they get Kemp on, they're going to be disappointed that they left. This place will get loud again.
Muncy waiting on deck. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Kemp fouls it.
97 from Bud Norris there. Like we've seen with Kenta Maeda when he was gone to the bullpen. We've seen it with Mr. Ryu. The velocity goes up a tick. That is considered a rally cap.
They come in all shapes and sizes.
Design your own.
Kemp trying to set the table in the 9th inning. He stays alive, fouling this one back. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Bud Norris, kind of a similar story to last season when he became the Angels closer. Big surprise that had happened. And then to the Cardinals. A 1-year, $3 million contract. It's been one of the only sure things for them down there all year. Here comes his 7th pitch to Matt Kemp. Backs up and the count is full. Three-2. Kemp earns the walk to open the 9th. And the Dodgers bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Max Muncy. And in his last at-bat, Oral, the hardest pitch thrown this season that a hitter's gotten a hit off of. 103 from Jordan Hicks. He tied the game, bringing home Cody Bellinger.
Prior to that hit, he showed the Max Muncy eye. Didn't go out of the strike zone, got himself one more pitch. Oh boy, that was a huge hit in this game.
5-3 in the 9th. Max Muncy takes ball 1. And remember, his last 2 at-bats now have been huge game-tying hits. That one we just showed. And then Saturday night against Edwin Diaz, tying the game with a home run in the 9th inning. Diaz hadn't given up a blown save since June 1st. Giving Marcelo Zuna a moment in left field to tie his shoe. The 1-0 pitch. Bottom of the zone. Strike 1. Turner trying to get somebody's attention. Perhaps Kemp's. As he leads off first, and a 1-1 pitch comes home to Muncy. That's strike 2.
Max is going to have to think Jordan Hicks changeup. He turned around 103 down the left field line. Now he's getting mostly 95s. Maybe he'll just get out in front of it and pull it to right.
To his home run against Diaz went straightaway right field. Here's the 1-2. Max pops it up. We'll do it again. He's at 28 homers this year to lead the team. If you'd asked him if he thought that he would ever hit 28 home runs in a season, he'd tell you, I thought I had a chance to hit for some power, but 28 major league home runs. Max would quickly tell you he didn't see that in the cards. Still with a month plus to play, sitting on 28. Kemp at first, nobody out. Ninth inning. Another 1-2. That's ball 2. Not even close this time.
Norris has tried to pick, and the Dodgers are not biting.
Norris, who walked the leadoff man, hasn't issued multiple walks in an outing all year. Sitting at 2-2 on Muncy. Here it is. Fouled again.
Dodgers are patient. Dodgers don't swing outside the strike zone. They're very good with 2 strikes. They enjoy baseball.
Enjoy it a lot more if they can string something together here. 7th pitch from Bud Norris. Muncy watches it miss away, full count.
The pitch prior to the big hit in the last at bat was a very good take. That last pitch, a very good take. He is seeing the ball. He is locked in.
3-2. Fouled again.
A high cutter. Norris tried to sneak under his hands. Didn't get it anywhere close to under his hands. Max was trying to get the barrel on it.
Norris had Kemp at 2-2 and walked him. He had Muncy at 1-2. The 9th pitch coming. Muncy pops it foul, backing out of play. What a battle going on. With a game on the line in the bottom of the 9th, with every game meaning so much now. Dodgers 2 games back in the division, but in 3rd place. The Rockies and the Diamondbacks both off tonight. Chance to gain a half game on both. Kemp leads at first for the 10th time. A payoff. Fly down the left field line, but it'll slice its way to the seats. And Norris has to dig even deeper into that bag of tricks. Try and find a way to get Max. Muncy stands his ground, ready for another payoff. He went around this time. Norris wins the battle on the 11th pitch for the first out of the 9th.
Field number 3, Chris Taylor.
Started down the middle. Max tried to hold up, but boy, broke the wrist right there at the end. The bat gets out in front of home plate. The whole rule is gray, but that looked like he went.
Still just 1 out. Chris Taylor to the plate. He did 19 pitches to get that first out. Most that he's thrown in an outing this year is 32. Up with the first pitch to Taylor.
He's not comfortable out there. He's begging right there for that first pitch. Wondering where it is.
Francisco Pena saying, hey, deep breath. The 1-0. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Chris tonight is 0 for 3 with the walk, but two very hard hit balls his first two times up after doubling the other way yesterday, showing signs of coming to life. The 1-1 down the middle, strike two. Norris is 1-2. Got him swinging. The Dodgers down to their final out.
Hudson and Hicks come out of the Cardinal bullpen. Two youngsters. They don't fidget at all on the mound. The veteran, but Norris kind of gets himself amped up out there. He's the most fidgety of all the pitchers we've seen come out of their bullpen. Working hard to get through this ninth, but the tying run still at the plate.
And it's Grandal who's had his fair share of dramatic swings. Owner of the lone walk-off home run in the regular season the last 2 years. Kemp will head for second as Grandal takes ball one. Kemp somehow lost his helmet about a third of the way there. Right now, Kenley Jansen on the hook with the 2 home runs in the 9th inning from Jerko and Carpenter. The 1-0. Wow. Generous outside corner, 1-1. The 1-1. A little bit low this time. The count is 2-1 on Grandal.
Norris has had to shake a lot to get to those fastballs away. He knows Yasmani Grandal has a sweet spot low and in. He throws his breaking ball in there, his fastball in there. He's flirting with danger.
So they're going to stay away for a 2-1 pitch. Missing low, ball 3. Puig on deck. 5-3 game in the bottom of the 9th. Turner Ward encouraging him. Been a weird night. See if it can get weirder. The Dodgers down to their final out. Norris is 3-1. Grandal takes a strike, 3-2. It's getting dangerously close to that nitro zone you're talking about.
That was right there, but I think Yasmani just got fooled a little bit. He threw him a cutter. He was expecting that ball to continue to tail away like the other fastballs. That one he cut in on him. Some second thoughts on the location. I was kind of glad when Pena kind of shifted inside, thinking, okay. Bud stepped off and said, I'm not so sure.
Let's see what they choose now. Cycling through a lot of signs as he has for much of the inning. Coming inside, a 3-2. Got him swinging, and the Cardinals take this opener 5-3.
It was an outstanding pitch to end the game right where Yasmani likes it, but he beat him to the spot, and the Cardinals beat the Dodgers to the spot in this game 1. Fastball in, and Bud Norris trusted himself that he could beat Yasmani's bat, and he did.
Plays of the game brought to you by Lexus. The back-to-back home runs against Kenley Jansen at the top of this 9th inning. First it was Jed Jerko. And then it was the National League leader in home runs, Matt Carpenter, with his 34th of the year. Cardinals are 15-4 in August and 22-11 since Mike Schilt took over. The Dodgers drop this series opener. They'll come back tomorrow with Hyun-Jin Ryu going against Daniel Ponce de Leon. For Orr Hershiser, Alana Rizzo, and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long from Dodger Stadium. Talk to you tomorrow.